Airport 60, David, transport.
David, land side 1838.
For approximately an hour. Well, dispatch 443, I'm going to be coming from downtown here, left there.
Jungle.
Hey, Vicente, are you loaded?
Yeah, it's getting loaded right now. Well, waiting to get loaded. He's on the shoe car.
Okay, hit 10-4.
I'm getting them right now.
Alright, cool.
10-4.
All very exciting indeed. Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. In the menu, I think the first thing you notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who are used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin Appearance tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have different layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows-like, it's what we've got here. We've also got Windows List.
Individual is going to be a Hispanic male, black shirt, blue pants, white shoes. He did exit the unit.
Before they leave, that big parking lot in the back.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Bump OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Thank you. I'm going to be checking out a residence. It has an open door at Humble and Houghton. There's no vehicles parked outside. The front door is open.
Thank you.
39.
3310-8.
And Ruth Jackson will be going on Route 8. We're fixing it on our end because it was just canceled. When it is not canceled, she needs to get picked up by Route 8. Thank you.
She said, don't have Ruth Jackson. She's been taken already. She's gone. The staff says she's gone. I'm already proceeding with my other passengers.
Briefing. Standing by for 2:30.
Need that headlight.
Area 13. You're at Humble and Fountain, right?
Radio check? Captain's going to continue on route because the guy walked up his bus.
Airport 60 Davis, Mansour.
David, 958.
Airport 60 Davis, Mansour.
Yeah, he's at Airs and warned that he exited the bus. You want me to tell him to continue on route?
Yeah, 10-4, I can do that. No injuries. Airport 60 Davis,
So
Mansour.
it was just to the service. I think it was a verbal.
Early next year.
Okay, can we get a description of the individual?
Next year, you'll have like new events.
Hispanic male, black shirt, blue pants in the area of Airs and Orm.
Do we know which direction this person is going, or what direction the bus was going?
I don't know which direction the individual walked.
Heading that way from Galahar and Weber.
Ten four.
Be safe. 4, you 2-0.
Copy 30.
Blake got me, I was off at 5.
In the city.
Over.
Route 15 is 1044.
Bracewood 2030 Bracewood Drive, Christi, Glen Harbor, Woodhaven. Stay Christine safe. Progress with EMS1 at 2051.
Park 3 cleared from Grace Park and Route Collier.
David, come out. Airport 20, clear George, show David.
Airport.
All very exciting indeed. Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. In the menu, I think the first thing you notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who are used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Periods tab. If we bring that up, you'll see some different layouts. The first layout is what they call Windows Live. Here, you've also got Windows Listing. Previously, we saw there is this paid or pro version of Sorno SAT, and so I thought we should take a look.
Negatively.
Earlier,
You
I
take a
therefore
look at
bought a
it
copy
because he
with the
came out
price
the
being
winner.
47.
And I want you to look at what's being said for the taxpayer. We have to remember who you represent. And your job is to save them money, and that's us, to take care of us. And another pleasant more note, have a Merry Christmas and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana.
Levi's EMS is taking one, North Shore.
Four. 633, 10-4.
637 traffic.
Office Michelle. Where you're sitting to be completed. I'm cutting right now.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and PompOS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not as
greenhouse
as
on
it
the
should be,
corner,
some stuff
no
isn't
numbers.
as smooth as it should be. There are some performance
On
problems.
the graphics, again, not a great deal. Image viewer, LibreOffice Draw, photos. We don't here have GIMP, the GNU image manipulation program. Used to be included. Apparently, user feedback said people didn't want that pre-installed. You can obviously add it yourself if you want it. Under Internet, again, it's pretty minimal. We've got the Firefox web browser. We've got Lumini for connecting to remote desktops. We've got Office, which includes LibreOffice. You probably have guessed that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
She said don't have root tax. She's been taken already. She's gone.
4473 0451 4473.
3710-4, registration July 2026, 05 Honda or Harley Davidson motorcycle to Haynes out of San Antonio, the 29th. Insurance verified manually. 27 on Haynes out of San Antonio.
The governor now urging residents to leave.
Warning! Do not attempt anything you see in this video. We mean it! This is meant purely for entertainment purposes. This is Beatbox. It comes in a box. You twist the cap and you drink it. It's not complicated. That's why it works. I've tried glass. I've tried cans.
When I have 16354. 16354. This is 5642 Martini Q. MARTINIQUE. It's 5642. It's for an appliance light.
711 to dispatch. Can you open the mic for me on that unit? Is it 1022? It's open, sir. 10 thank you.
The office for a caller on the line.
Well, 32 is 1044. CC503 is 1044 at Southside Station.
Six 1041. And 1042. Listen. 635 1041. 635 1041.
922. The individual was stated as going down towards Castores on Horn Road. I didn't see an individual fitting that description. 179. Yes, sir. Check there as well. UTL, anybody matching on description.
And there we are, it's popped up. We'll ignore what's going on with the graphical desktop, although we can see the charge appeared down there. And if we now do a list, in fact, let's clear things off first, keep things nice and tidy. Let's do an LSBLK again, and this time we can see that we've got a SDB, which is our USB drive. And we can see the mount point, which is media CJB tran in the video 19, which of course is the name we can see on the drive if you have an NVIDIA. And so we could change that by simply entering there is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or desktop graphics, the best drivers will be various things very exciting. Here for what we'll video to later in the video. This will be on this computer. We need to launch the driver manager. And if you want to configure this, there's lots of really good settings available. And just not only do we have the normal Intel type of settings, but we have the Zorin appearance tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have the layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows-like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows list.
1709 was assigned. And now.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in the Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are This is just
CCPD
various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later. Just log in. If you have an NVIDIA card on your desktop where there is various things that can be done here to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft.
So you want to start a business. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. You just need GoDaddy and Arrow. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert in location 110-20. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AI.
Site provides us the position to be able to support our customers no matter where they are.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic, should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. The application conclude on Cosmic and
in the area of 37 and 359, 37 and 359 southbound. You can see a white van. It's in the call from an Alpha in the office saying that the people in the white van need help.
Is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
DhsCCPD.
All right, big schedule. We're not going to talk about here's the three takeaways from this schedule. First of all, This is just
402 dispatch. Can I have an individual, please, on 306877?
We've been working from day one with Peter, Nick, and Brett. Hand in hand with that leadership, we meet at least once a week, if not more, to make sure that we're on track and we're moving forward the way that the city would like to.
618.
Sonoma County. I drove southbound on 37 from 359. Did not see a white van.
10-4. 618 going to traffic.
Copy 10-7, 1042.
Okay.
Copy China, you too.
10-4.
System initialized. Shield active.
1017, medic 17 for a fall. Easy of 1412 at Liverpool and Brockhampton, Liverpool Lane and Brockhampton Street. Off of EMS 1, EMS 1.
Placement scan complete.
Of subsidies
Trim complete.
Or not is not working.
Move 3 files to processing
You've got to present
zone.
a bigger vision, and I think the talks of both your houses is going to come up in those primaries.
Carlos, let me get your take. In talking to a White House official, I was told, look,
Rename.
don't rule
Database
out the
reorganized.
possibility that there could
LVC
be an
JSON
11th
generation
hour
complete with
deal.
Word.
Is that person
Huge
being
super
realistic?
workflow finished with
There
full
could actually be an
reorganization.
11th hour deal here?
Recent drivers,
You could understand why it would happen, Chris.
without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing tabs. Not sure if it's...
Let's click on download, and if we go down this page, we find there are loads and loads of mirror sites that actually provide access to the ISO file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to UK. There we are. And I'm going to download from the University of Kent Mirror Service. And so I'll click to save the ISO file, which is 2.7. 2.7.
Airport 6D, Davis, Mansart.
David, Lanside 1838.
Airport 6D, Davis, Mansart.
David, Lanside 1838.
Frank?
I guess so.
Figuring out who did that. Time really matters in this case. They're going to hide, they're going to disappear. People think it's not really real because it's internet money or whatever, but this is real money. It's real theft, it's real criminals. It becomes catch me if you can.
My guest today is Griff Green, who's actually I can call you the representative of the DAO, right?
I mean, since it's a decentralized organization, I guess anybody's a representative of it. I'm definitely in it, and I know it pretty well. Honestly, we were not prepared to be the largest crowdfund ever. I see $160 million in this thing as a huge honeypot, and I don't want it to get attacked. I was originally a chemical engineer, and I didn't really like that profession. When 2009 came around and layoffs came, I was like, pick me, pick me. I really wanted to live my ultimate truth and discover what the truth is in the world. And it just feels like we're controlled by so many stories. How you're supposed to live, put your money in the bank, because I didn't want to contribute to the banking system that was causing so much pain in the world. Especially post-2008, there was just bad vibes, real bad vibes.
We tried them on in front of a few friends. What do you think?
I saw a Trace Mayer video in 2011, and I think Bitcoin was around $5. Then Bitcoin was going up like 200%, 300%. Just like, what is this stuff? This is crazy. And then it had with it this like anarchist vibe. The biggest problem with banks is the top-down control. They can freeze my accounts. They can take the money that's in there. You know, it's not really my money. If I send a Bitcoin transaction to someone, they're going to get it. No one can stop it. It's decentralized. There's no one person or one group that you can go to and say, turn off your computers, and then Bitcoin will go away.
Bitcoin is definitely the original currency. You can send and receive money. That's it. And then Ethereum is very much seen as its main competitor.
Ethereum was created so that we could build smart contracts. A lot of smart contracts work like a vending machine. You send money in and you get something out. And they have certain rules. You have to use Ether, the currency of Ethereum, to make a smart contract do something, whatever it's programmed to do. Like a vending machine, but a vending machine for anything.
And once they're on Ethereum, what makes them unique is that they're no longer under the control of the developer.
I was looking into companies in crypto, and Slockit had someone who was very tight in the Ethereum space with a lot of legitimacy, Christoph Jens.
Hi, my name is Christoph.
I was sending countless emails to Christoph saying, please let me work for Slockit. And eventually he replied, and he's like, sure, you can come work with us. I was like, oh my God, it's so cool.
We came up with the idea of Slockit. Slockit standing for like smart lock, or to slock something with like the new word. That means to lock something up which you could open via payment. The humble lock, or slog. A slog can be used with an Ethereum contract to open anything. For example, this slog-powered door can provide access to an office or rental apartment. I founded it together with my brother and Stefan Tual in end of 2015. In the beginning, we just had the idea, as any startup, you need money. I tried to look at the phone book, call every VC I could find there. They didn't get it at all. Only the ecosystem around Ethereum could understand the value of such a thing. They're not VCs, so how to do it. So this is how it started.
So that's why we created the DAO. The DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization.
The DAO was a venture capital fund, more or less.
Simply a smart contract on Ethereum where you could send Ether to it, and then you would get a token, just like a vending machine. The more tokens you have, the more voting rights you have. And all of the money that was sent to create those tokens stayed in that DAO, in the smart contracts of the DAO. It didn't go anywhere else.
I will today show you how this DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, will work. We will do a pre-sale, we'll do a fundraising, like a crowdfunding, and that's where we need your help. And very important, you control the funds.
In DAOs, there's a saying that code is law.
Code is law.
Law is code. Code is law.
The idea of code is law really encapsulated the DAO for building a new legal structure.
Security to dispatch.
If there's not a line of code that says you can do this, then you can't do it.
There's this strong idea of code is law.
Police patrol
rules are set
over here to 602
changeable anymore.
We got
The
a man,
downside
he's
is
saying he's
if you
being
build
paranoid,
something
and
truly
there's somebody
decentralized, something
after
that's
him.
truly unowned, then that also means that there's no one who can fix it if something's broken.
So I need a developer. So someone who could help me with writing the tests and setting everything up. There was so much work to do.
Hey, I'm Lefteris.
They hired Lefteris, and then it was the five of us to start the DAO.
Everything that had to do with code was passing through.
GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything.
We had curators for technical checks.
I knew Christoph because I worked with him at Ethereum, and one day he came up to me and said, hey, do you want to be curator for the DAO? I was excited, I thought it was a great idea.
Airport 60, David Mansart.
We already had platforms to crowdfund, but they were not the same as having a decentralized venture fund. You could be a VC without any financial barrier. As a young 18-year-old trying to do startups in Portugal, I had very little access to capital. So I just loved the idea.
Everyone in Ethereum was excited about our project.
We had about 5,000 people in Slack. And I did feel a lot of pressure and urgency to finally release. So writing smart contracts is very different from writing normal software. If you write a normal app, there's a bug, you just go ahead, fix it on the server, deploy a new version, be done with it. But deploying a smart contract means it can never ever be changed again. This is the final version. Everybody can read it, it's completely public. So your attack scenario is immense. At some point I just had to push the button and say, well, there's nothing more I can do. I have looked at it 1,000 times. I feel like there's nothing more I can do, so let's release it. Then money was flowing into it. And this is then when the narrative changed. We thought, well, we need a little bit of money for having maybe 5 or 10 people for 1 or 2 years. It would be 5 million.
And that would be definitely sufficient to build the products we want to build.
And then the first million came in, we're like happy, it works pretty quickly, the second billion, so that was quick. But well, we expected the money to come in, especially in the beginning. So it was 5 million, 10 million.
And I was watching it, calling my other 2 friends and saying that we really need to do this. Like I was pitching it to them because like the amount of money was spectacular.
To now 20 million, it rose so quickly up.
We put a few hundred ETH in there, which was a few thousand euros. And it was all that we had.
I thought we would get 30, and I was by far the most optimistic member of the team. We had $30 million within the first few days.
30 million, 50 million.
When it grew to that amount, I thought, oh my God, what am I part of here now?
Yeah, I think 90 million was a point. I had a meeting in Berlin. I felt so uneasy about it. There were people there congratulating me. It was a huge success. I didn't feel like happy at all.
Christoph, when we raised $100 million, he actually physically vomited when he found out.
He got scared, just because we didn't expect those high numbers there.
The DAO ended up with $160 million worth of Ether. And that was a point where it got kind of spooky for everybody, you know, who was in there, because nobody knew what would happen.
I didn't get scared because I'm not a software developer. But Christoph and Lefteris and Simon, they were scared out of their minds. They've written code before with bugs. You know, they know there's bugs. They just don't know what they are, but they know that there are bugs.
Felt exciting and dangerous. So we maybe got a sense that, okay, that's very big, and what if something's wrong? Which, funny enough, didn't take long to appear. It took like just a few days after the money was in that this attack started to happen.
I woke up, checked on the Slack, because that was my job. You know, you go to sleep, you look at the Slack, you make sure everything's cool, you wake up, look at the Slack, make sure everything's cool. This is about 6 in the morning, and everything was not cool. You could see how much money it had, and then you refresh the page, and then it starts to have less money. I knew instantly it was a hack. I called everyone that I could, but Simon was the only one who answered. I told him, gotta get a hold of Christoph, ASAP, like get him, like go to his house, whatever, you know, knock on his door.
I just called Christoph, and at that time he was still sleeping, so I just had his wife on the phone and said, okay, maybe it would be good to wake him up.
So my wife was waking me up and saying, my brother Simon is calling, it's really urgent. So I was waking up, we're looking at the transactions.
Subsidies expiring.
My first thought was,
not working.
oh, someone is just taking out his money.
Bigger vision, and I think
and then I looked deeper into it, well, no, he's taking out more than he put in.
Carlos, let me get your take in talking
and then I realized
a White House
this is not what I anticipated, and this is absolutely hack.
Rule out the possibility
and he's training millions of dollars now.
Deal Is that person being realistic? Do you
I
think
go
that there could
to the
actually be an
office,
11th hour deal here?
sitting down, and then somebody came to me, hey, have you seen what's happening on the DAO? Suddenly you see all of these transactions and how the money is draining out. There are everybody panicking and selling and everything's going crazy, but at the same time it was completely like confusing. Nobody had an idea what was happening.
So the first thing that we used to look at was the price of Ether in the morning. I dove right into the forums because it was tanking a lot.
They said big green. Yeah. So you can use that word.
So I crafted this message that said, the DAO is being attacked. It's been happening for 3 to 4 hours and it's draining ETH at a rapid rate. This is not a drill. So around $15 million every hour was being drained out of the DAO.
There is no way to stop this. We have no control. We don't have any admin keys. We cannot upgrade the code. That's it. Over.
Okay. Any other questions?
Nobody, including myself, had seen this vulnerability. All the eyes that looked at it had not seen this. It became obvious what it was quite early on.
The DAO hack was actually very complicated.
It is like saying, I want my money out. That's the function. The bug in the code was that he did not just take his money with him, but way more than this. Just pretending to just take his money out, but in a way where the books were not updated correctly, so you could do it again and again and again and again.
So we're talking literally about 2 lines being flipped in the wrong order. You flip them around, the system is safe. You flip them this way around, the system is not safe.
So you recall the same function many times. You just look at it and can do nothing. So we can make some meetings, we can discuss it. And even during the meetings, the money got drained. It's like a very weird feeling. Like we're discussing here and the DAO is getting drained at a rate of $50 million per hour.
Some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some.
By the end of it all, the hacker took around 30% of the funds the DAO was holding, which ended up to be about $50 million.
$50 million missing out of the smart contract. Now, this money was gone and nobody knew where it is and who did it.
Location, what's your 10-20?
I decided to sell all my DAO tokens for 1/3 of their value because they were heavily deflated because of the attack that had just happened. That bright future of investors that we were counting on had just poofed in a second.
Location, what's your 10-20?
There was a community that actually felt that the DAO hack wasn't a hack at all.
What?
They were following code is law. And a bug in the code, well, that's a loophole in the law.
Yeah, there were people in the community who started saying that he did nothing wrong and that he just followed the rules of the smart contract. That intentions do not matter, that the code is the law.
I think the hacker, those who lost money due to him, they can sue him, and there's good reason. He acted like against the intent of this contract. But there were people saying no, it shouldn't happen. There were no lawyers, law enforcement involved, no police. You would think if you build something and you lose $15 million of some other people's money, you would get a lawyer. We didn't. And there was nobody suing us.
But the fact of the matter is, a lot of people were hurt. Real people are hurt. Code is not law. Code is code. Everyone is like all of a sudden in a constant fight, and it just destroyed our culture.
Everyone.
I got fully into looking at Ethereum. At the time, the DAO hack was 1.5 years old.
At the time, I didn't know.
There were still plenty of discussions that were happening about the code is law aspect in an attack.
I can use that.
The DAO was the first of its kind, and it ended in a disaster. But people were still interested in decentralized organizations. They wanted to participate in them, they wanted to create them. That wasn't affected by what had happened.
And one of the major trends that we started seeing was DeFi, decentralized finance.
For the average Joe, you've got some crypto assets, you just hold the asset, you hope that it goes up. When DeFi comes along, suddenly you can put these assets to work. So the term protocols is used in decentralized finance. A protocol might be an application used for borrowing and lending.
The money flows into these protocols.
When it comes to DeFi protocols and DeFi hacks, we're talking at the scale of maybe a few hundred millions of dollars.
Hacking is not inherently bad. To me, hacking is very much like lockpicking, like solving a puzzle. Sometimes it's used with nefarious intents, sometimes it's not. That's the distinction between a black hat and a white hat hacker. Black hat hackers actually steal money versus a white hat hacker, which is someone that has good intentions to actually stop the attacks in their tracks.
The way we do it is as follows. In fact, there's various ways you can do it, but you have to do it without going near the terminal.
I started speaking to Dylan Keller, who was the founder and author of the Indexed Finance Protocol, and I agreed to help out.
The idea was to give people a way to invest in the cryptocurrency space as a whole, rather than specific assets.
Smart contracts underpin the Indexed Finance Protocol. They perform the tasks that humans would be expected to do in order to keep these things running. Before the Indexed Finance Protocol went live, there were security audits to hunt out vulnerabilities.
Can I get an ambulance, please, to the high school?
As it should be, there are some performance problems when opening.
I was one of the people that audited the code, spending time with Dylan, trying to understand how it can be exploited in any way.
It's going to be for a 13-year-old female.
I'm the last person that checks the code before people start adding tens of millions of dollars in it. You should always be afraid.
So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic draft of desktop.
We did discuss a critical part of the code. We weren't initially super sure that it's safe. Dylan said that he thought about it quite a lot and he thinks everything's fine, and I agreed to it.
I'm super happy to have Dylan on the podcast, as it's currently one of the fastest rising projects in the DeFi space.
Then about an hour, I think like $30,000 have been deposited. Suddenly my heart just started racing, so it's like, oh man, what if I mess something up in the contracts? I got it audited, but I really need to be sure. So because I hadn't launched anything previously that had actually held any significant amount of money.
It went from being like a few tens of thousands of dollars to pretty quickly getting into the millions.
The assets belonged to thousands of individual people. The average value across those wallets was $2,500.
At its peak, it had about $70 million in the protocol.
And that felt good. It's also scary. The worm appears in your mind, like, this is a lot of money. I think I was just doing what anyone does around 7 p.m. in the UK in October. We'd gone out and picked up a takeaway. We sat down, we put stuff on a plate. The dog was sitting next to us. And my phone completely detonated next to me.
Okay, the officer arrived here with the camera of a wealthy on the city property across the street.
And it's just, what is this?
He's
contacted his dispatcher to get him a medic over here.
It's dawning on me within 3 or 4 seconds. Something has just gone drastically wrong. All I was looking at that moment was an attack that was resulting $12.5 million gone. I felt blind panic. I stood up like a shot. I had food on my lap, just crashed to the floor, broke the plate. It's terror heroin. This gut-wrenching, sickening feeling.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic, from what we can see within
I was maybe 3 steps out of my chair and I was making a call to Dylan. Couple of rings, 5, 6, 7 interminable rings.
It was around noon, and I was just hanging out in my living room. I had recently gotten a bit of an interest in playing around with electronics. Trying to take apart a DVD player to take a laser out of it. I didn't have my phone with me. Eventually I heard the phone ringing, so I went into my room. And I saw Lawrence was calling me. We didn't usually have phone calls, I mostly talked over text, so when I saw that he was calling, it's kind of immediate panic.
He finally picks up, but at that point, my voice is already breaking over the phone. Index has been attacked. Those were the only words that we shared.
It was 10 p.m. I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw a tweet that something happened to Indexed Finance. I messaged Dylan right away.
The Discord server where everyone was conversing had just completely detonated. Everyone question marks, links, what is going on, what's happening. I had said, no, the assets are not safe. The reaction from everyone was the fury and anger and disappointment that you would expect. This is actually quite hard to relive. I was receiving death threats nearly immediately, and at a pretty heavy rate. I spent hours just shaking, while trying to, at the same time, work on a response. We started forming what we call the Indexed Finance War Room.
I was trying to just suppress the immediate panic that I was feeling. Daniel and I were trying to understand exactly how the attack had happened.
I bet she says that to all the customers, but we sure appreciated it.
It was not a normal hack.
Just trying to load the transaction on my browser caused my computer to freeze because there were thousands of transactions.
There was a lot of frustration in the war room till we had some kind of breakthrough.
This attack involved buying huge amounts of a particular asset, way over what would be economically sensible. The way that the attack was executed introduced a price glitch. The protocol is assuming that people that are interacting with it are going to be rational. If you flood the contract with these irrational actions, the whole thing is just thrown completely into chaos.
He was able to steal about $16 million.
It's a theft from all of the users that have deposited assets into this protocol. These assets are now gone. They were now sitting in a wallet controlled by an attacker.
And Graham, he is on scene
I posted on Twitter saying, I have to personally take responsibility for this one.
at 1935.
I'm extremely sorry to everyone who lost money because of a mistake. I made it 363 days ago. I haven't thought of this function more than a handful of times this entire year, and now people have lost about $16 million because of it.
People tend to contact me when there is a big hack happening because of the experience that I have had dealing with the DAO and the aftermath. It became obvious quite early that the hacker was smart, but didn't know how to cover the tracks.
It was about 7 in the morning. I finally crawled up the stairs into my bed, and I put my head down on the pillow. And I realized at that point that there was one person that I hadn't heard from, and it was someone that I'd actually been speaking to in some depth for the last couple of weeks. I did this, I just went... I was like, he hasn't said anything. I've heard people from things that I haven't spoken to in 2 years. Where the f*** is Ambron Upsilon? And I opened up to the conversation tab with this guy, username Ambron Upsilon. And all of the chat had been deleted from his side. So I was like, immediately up. I was just like, this, right? Back to my machine. Just in a rage, like an absolute second wind. I was sitting there going, right, you, I'm finding everything about you now. So this collaborator had been speaking to both Dylan and myself for the last couple of weeks. He was trying to make a bot for the protocol to automate certain actions.
I just put the 932 was the stuck dollar bill off the one that kind of, that's why I got confused. Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Okay, but you did fix 932 also, right?
917 good?
Bay Area, email 0932.
917.
Hello.
He yo one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Okay, ready.
Seven one to dispatch. 7-1. Oh yeah, this individual is the same individual that was out at Robstown earlier, and so we got medics over in front of the city hall. They said they were going to transport him to Shoreline.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic, and you should be able to run that. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first. So to conclude on Cosmic, it is still a first. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic.
Came in with 661.
And you can clearly see some stuff, the applications animated as it should be, some areas are smooth, and you can clearly see there are some performance problems animated as it should be.
Location user 10-20.
There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Silence trimming complete.
Go ahead.
405 South Bettis, 405 South Bettis. Made contact with Mr. Ramiro Tejerina in regards to a package that arrived at his location. No address, no anything.
And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard and
Volume normalization complete.
some of which I would turn
Renaming
to
and preparation
video,
complete.
But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this
405,
an NVIDIA graphics card, you need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics,
Database sorting.
will already be
The entire audio workflow is finished.
NVIDIA will just
Available mail subject 600 block of Avenue 8, Adam. Five niner, 15 at 2, Alice Bay 3 souls, 8 G fuel.
This is Officer Jay Shealy from Nueces County Sheriff's Office. I am checking out from Chris's Spawn Shoreline to head back to the main jail.
Zero, what do you have me? I'm gonna take that call on South Bettis.
And then this gets us access to the file, and if I click on a little cloud at the end to download the file, we are told prior to downloading additional verification is required. Proceed yes, no, well obviously yes, and this now takes us to a trade compliance verification page that for myself in the UK requires a great deal of personal information to be provided to export the software from the United States.
Yes, baby, guys, two listed down again, and we are rerouted to AP.
The bill validator, spinning round and round and not able
Already.
to give out cards. Bunch of bills and shit.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. That's why I got confused. Frank?
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Engine 9 Medic 9 for an allergic reaction. He is using 9006 5300 Leopard Street, 5300 Leopard at the Valley Motel, room number 211, 211. I'll shoot reaching off EMS 1 at 1943. Engine 9, sheet clear, back in Corpus.
Airport 60, David, answer.
David, landside 1838. 33, receive.
Stand forward.
Christi.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if it's OBS, but as I said, it also happens inside of virtual machines, so there might be something there. But it is a functional one.
Specifically, if you look on this website, you can find out all about them. There's lots and lots of stuff here, all on the Linux on Steam page. And just to give you the headline, in July 2021, there were 54,380 games on Steam, of which 7,586 officially supported Linux, which is about 14%. So something like just under 1 in 7 games you'll find on Steam can be played on Linux.
Audiences listened because trust scales a lot faster than truth. And here's the part no one talks about. For most creators, 60 to 70% of their income comes from sponsorships.
Medic 908.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In PopOS you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird for email. You also get a bunch of various little preferences for managing printers, for iBus, for the disk usage. Just all of that stuff that they don't have a
The bill validator.
Going to be pulling to
around and
in the
around and
single
not
side
able
with John
to,
Lincoln Zebra
give out
7402.
cards
John Lincoln Zebra
once the bill is
7402.
inserted.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Traffic. 616, right?
Yeah, Victor Robert Zero 8500 Victor Robert Zero 8500 Victoria Avenue near Mathis Street and Taft.
In 1965, a few scientists at Bell Labs joined with peers from MIT and General Electric on a project called Multiplexed Information and Computing Service, or MULTICS. The idea was to create this general-purpose utility for sharing time on a computer system.
Right.
Thursday.
Good for ready. 2 West Rockport, 1102 West Rockport. It's going to be a White House on the corner. Keep on quickly to bring on it. This is in reference
but
to
also if you type a question
95
mark, you
pound
have
last
a
night.
bunch of options that you can do. For example, searching for files, searching the web, opening recently opened documents, running terminal commands, and they give you the syntax so you can know how to work it. I personally prefer stuff like KRunner, which is a bit more intelligent, which will automatically detect that what you're typing is
17866888 17866888.
That's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Legal vessel Menendez out of extension is eligible. Close truck license 2033. Coming back clear. Vehicle choice insurance confirmed for 2014 Infiniti UCV gray color. Amy Gonzalez out of Houston. April 26th. Medic. I'll show you working off fire dispatch 1956.
Dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Right.
Okay, but you did fix 932 also.
5. Now to 932.
Call for Medic 11. Medic 11 for a sick call. EZ of 1104. That's 4425 South Alameda. 4425 South Alameda at the Alsol in Mexico on Alameda and Sharon. Let's see, working off fire dispatch at 1958.
616, copy 27.
660.
5050-3752, Texas, 5050-3752, Texas.
Two six
616, 27 for Justin Martinez is on top. Eligible fast track, Barton 2032 Lima. Clear. Your vehicle is showing insurance confirmed for 2003 Ford pickup black in color. Anita Martinez on top. December 26th.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if it's
11, engine 11 for residential fire alarm. EZ of 1109, 6002 Edgewater Drive, 6002 Edgewater. I'll show you working off fire dispatch at 1959.
08.
Medic 108.
Address is 8050 Marseille. That's 8050 Marseille. That's signal 1 outside.
Medic 7.
add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player, which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In Pop! OS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install Thunderbird for email. You also get a bunch of various little preferences for managing printers, for iBus, for the disk usage, just all of that stuff that they don't have a
Alright, am I good for a 16 or does John still need help?
Getting these contracts with a resident advising was a full form.
Log in. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
Incorporated Medic 6. Medic 6 for abdominal pain. He is used at 010 at 7322 Sun Valley Drive, 7322 Sun Valley. We're working on fire dispatch 2005.
Live on Monday, 59, that male subject to the sheriff's office lobby. He's going to be picked up by a family member.
Okay. Charlie 482 call. Copy. Paul Lincoln Nora 0284.
Okay.
10-4. 1 male, staying over there.
633, I'm 23.
33 Central.
You've got an individual that's requesting an EMS. And 12, you have open mic. You already done 38
Log in.
on that one?
And here we are back on my desktop with
right
a
now.
welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
Ricardo, Gomez, and pick up.
Do you have any vehicle description? Call that in.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Move 3 files to processing zone.
The application is bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. It's not sure.
Call for Medic 10. Medic 10 for service with injuries. DSE at 1016.
Trim complete.
Payer and
Processed
errors.
59. Quarantined
Is
1.
on scene requesting a medic for a child with a minus in his head. Today working on fire dispatch at 2011.
We have our suspension for a crash and I'll be
Renaming complete. 62 files renamed.
27 on Antonio Dios.
Renaming and preparation complete. Database reorganized. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series. Huge super workflow finished with full reorganization. Huge super workflow finished with full reorganization.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Tool 523. Contacted the RP Public Service. It's going to be a civil matter.
10-4 for state.
Everything.
Good.
I think I'm gonna have to watch the picture and password. Make you really have purchased her. I'll give you the 24/7. Or give me a call. Speak to the subject.
10-4. Another unit. 26 is in route.
There's a lot more graphics software. Under the internet, there's hardly any difference at all. We get Newsflash, we don't get an extra browser. Although under Office, there is a reasonable amount added. It's more than just LibreOffice and a few extra bits. There's a few things added in here. Although the other major extra category is sound and video, where we get Ardor, Audacity, Drum Machine, Handbrake for encoding, Caden.
So I did 28, and I believe the female is the owner. Once they come back from doing your, I'll be in contact with verifiers.
Any questions?
Bluetooth, your internet access and connections, you have everything related to your battery and power and the display brightness. You have notifications with a do not disturb and the system stuff. It's all very basic and usual, and it works. Super, you get a quick launcher that lets you start applications. It also lets you switch to currently
in about 22 minutes.
NORA HackRF jammer activity detected. Alert. Man,
Downstairs.
Thank you.
Add stuff to
Man, Wi-Fi
First
disruptor
of all,
activity
a basic
detected.
media player which does what you'd expect, and then it's just
NORA
applications
HackRF jammer
on the
activity
desktop.
detected.
In Pop West you get URLs, you get the document viewer, which
Man,
is
Wi-Fi disruptor activity
You
detected.
also get GNOME's
Alert.
image viewer as well.
Flipper 0 sub-gigahertz activity detected.
You also get a bunch of
Alert.
various little preferences for managing
NORA
monitors,
HackRF jammer
for
activity detected.
disk usage, just
Alert.
all of that stuff that they don't have.
Man,
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to come back. It's going to be her and no subject.
10 it is that young blood subject I am showing her P99 at Hayes County for probation violation.
Yeah, 10-4. We'll be contacted to verify this.
10-4. If you confirm, do you want confirmation?
And it's already very good at reasoning in limited domains like mathematics. Almost all the experts believe that it's inevitable that if we don't blow ourselves up or have massive pandemics or something like that, they're going to get smarter than us. And nobody knows what's going to happen then. And we really shouldn't do that until we can figure out whether people can coexist with them, and people don't know how.
In a practical sense, and I know this is a tough
Man, Wi-Fi disruptor activity detected. Alert.
As we've seen previously, it will ask you to accept a non-open source license.
Alert.
And I will include
Man,
these three
Wi-Fi
commands
disruptor
down
activity
in the
detected.
video description.
Alert. Flipper 0 sub-gigahertz activity detected. Alert.
Right, with that hopefully helpful diversionary point made, shall we create a Windows 11 virtual machine here in the Linux Mint? Why not? And as you may guess, making Windows 11 virtual machines can be problematic.
Yeah, one out, staying overnight.
One flight out, can be closer.
Yes, I am. Please a right driver and 89-year-old male possible stroke.
That was 303 Cooper. Yeah, 303 Cooper. Gonna be working on the sprinkler system.
I'm sorry. Six radio 35.
Trauma pickup, EW 1111 at 53 Townhouse Lane, 53 Townhouse Lane. I'll be working on Friday or Saturday at 2023. Maybe we'll give myself a cool one.
Location 7-22.
There's one designee. It recommends the improvement of the
Copy 1-0-2
35. 35. She's from 4. She was already kind of scared. I will ring me. One flight out. Yeah.
It says open to install Windows.
Wait, you wait a minute, contact.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that I that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Lieutenant, did you have traffic? We discussed lunch.
I'm out to 932.
Sam John X-ray 5198.
Twenty Chrysler van, green colors, Pedro Cantu Jr. of San Antonio, expires March 25, maybe clear.
John clear, 7
Sorry, there's correction.
You can. Sam John X-ray 5198.
State 24. Sam Tom X-ray 5198 comes back to that 2020 Chrysler van.
So read me back the letters.
Sam Tom X-ray.
John J.
The last is going to be a 1.
Cover.
What's your name and date of birth?
Julie White, common spelling, date of birth 7/7/77, 7/7/77.
Thank you.
Systems secure.
Temporary.
Your white subject showing to be 99. It's going to be out of Medina County for an STA, and I believe there's going to be another one for POCS PD1. Did you want confirmation on that one?
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player, which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In PopOS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well.
On a 2014 Toyota 4-door gray colored to land the dealer out of photo. Expires November 25, May 29.
For the disk usage, just all of that stuff that they don't have a
Okay, so you can have a...
What was your last?
7. So can you guys stand by for the confirmation?
Yeah, 10-4.
Toll 5, I'm back at the sheriff's office. I'm out with the male subject's mother.
10-4, he just called into dispatch slow.
General at the salon, please. Code and rehab center. Room number 211, 211. Reaching off EMS 1, EMS 1. That's 2034.
I guess so.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Call for engine
Engine
14, medic 14. Engine 14, medic 14 for testing. ESU 1401 at 5401 Burnham Drive. 5401 Burnham. These are house apartments. Apartment 1621, 1621. Retrievers off EMS 1, EMS 1 at 2035.
Okay.
10-4, is that going to be the white subject?
Over.
10-4.
Sorry, I just custody 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
I got that one going. I had an entry box.
It's 932 after that.
Yeah, the 932.
Right. I guess so.
So now Halo 2 is off 3-8. Got 22 minutes to shoreline. 5 sold, 800 fuel. $26 orange confirmed.
Separated.
Location was 10-20.
I'll be able to sleep and see this after stop.
Open calculator.
What one is he? Thank you for that one, cousin.
10-4.
6.118. Flight cuntstables. Depart 14, also please confirm. So, 800 of fuel, ET,
Identify product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down to the VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements.
Scatter gen engaged. Shield active.
By going backwards.
Bluetooth shield active. Monitoring for blue port. Alert. Blue checking overflow detected.
Understand that this is a healthcare agency. They know when it comes in 2018. My understanding is that the White House wants to see it. I know they haven't been explicit about that, but I think they're involved in recruiting these members of the House and taking action in their own hands on this subject to hope that this issue gets addressed in some kind of meaningful way so that it is not perceived
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Move 3 files to processing zone.
The settings are very bare bones. You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. It's not sure.
And Liz Jackson will be on her Friday. We're fixing it on our end because it was just canceled. But it is not canceled. She needs to get picked up by Robbie. Thank you.
You guys don't have Ruth Jackson. She's been taken already. She's gone. The staff says she's gone. I'm already proceeding with my other passengers.
Well, hi.
Airport 60, David.
Trim complete. Processed 72, quarantined 3.
Airport 60, David. Mansart.
David, landside 1838.
Normalization complete. Move 75 files to processing zone. Move 0 files to processing zone.
Add stuff to there. In terms of other apps, you have a basic media player, which does what you'd expect, and then it's just applications grabbed from other desktops. In PopOS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. They install other desktops. Email. In PopOS, you get LibreOffice, you get the document viewer, which is the one from GNOME. You also get GNOME's image viewer as well. All of that stuff that they don't have for email. You also get a bunch of various little preferences for managing printers, for iBus, for just all of that stuff that they don't have a native Cosmic app for. They pre-install something generally from GNOME or from another desktop entirely. It's fine. The app select.
Airport 60, David. Mansart.
David, landside 1838.
Airport 60, David. Mansart.
David, landside 1838.
Unrecognized man.
Airport 16 data, 42 copy, calling and 02 equal.
Also know that President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees with that. He wants lower rates. Also know that President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees with that. He wants lower rates. Today, Fed House said not so. President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees with that. He wants lower rates. Today, Fed House said not so.
A couple of days prior to the attack, he had been paid $2,000 US.
Very much different makeup at the Fed.
I think the moment that I realized that his side of the conversation was gone, in my guts, I knew, it's you, how do I prove it?
Listening to dramatic new video of a car racing down a busy airport.
Shortly thereafter, I received a message from a white hat saying there's an address that's tied to this account, a Twitter user with the handle dhsCCPD. This is our first point of contact that's demonstrably connected to the attack. I didn't think through really what it was that I'd sent him because I was exhausted. I just wanted to appeal to him to say, well done. There should be a bounty for this, but it should not be the entire amount that you've stolen. These are not indexed finance's funds to give, they belong to the user.
We told him if he took 10% and sent the rest back, we, the team, aren't going to come after you any further. He would have made $1.6 million.
Shortly after the dhsCCPD's Twitter account became active, what followed was a storm of about a dozen tweets that were completely indignant. You have been traded. I have outmaneuvered you at every turn. This is a skill issue. Tough luck. A rephrasing of code is law. If the code permitted it, I'm allowed to do it, and laws be damned.
When he quoted the code is law idea and tried to garner support about this, just like back with now, there were people who supported the idea.
People lionizing him, cheering him on for what he'd done, calling him a king. I was looking for this conversation with Umbral Upsilon, the guy who I had been speaking to, and I noticed that there's been a name change. The user is now known as Bogholder.
Someone saw the name Bogholder and recognized this person.
And they are associated with a different username. That username was mTheoryLord.
We just searched for the username and looked for profiles on different websites, and we found one on Wikipedia that had posted some small changes to various Wikipedia pages.
And one of those was
renaming
to
complete.
A competition
75
called Reach for the
files
Top.
renamed.
It was a Canadian trivia show for high school students. The nature of this edit that had been made was that Reach for the Top has a section called Notable and
Database reorganized.
It includes names like
dhsCCPD generation complete with worded series.
and
Huge
the
super
edits
workflow
that
finished
user
with full
M-Serial
reorganization.
had made 5 years prior to this was an A. Andean Majerovic. Next to his name was the two-word descriptor, notable mathematician. I was like, I nailed him to a wall. I genuinely at that point, like, I ran around the park. I was like, yeah.
At the time, I didn't know.
I posted a tweet, are Canadian prisons any good? this was meant as a message that we knew where he was. When we searched the name, Andy Majetovich, we saw a search result on Google for what was pretty clearly a personal website. It was down, but Google archives most websites. You can still look at the website and see what was on it before. It had an email address for him, and importantly at the bottom it included a sentence that said that he also is interested in cryptocurrency and other decentralized technologies. Pro, one of the co-founders in Index Finance, sent an email to
and there's various things that can be done here, so we'll try to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA that card desktop with just all well clear, and there's various things in graphics here, the best drivers will be later stored. But here for critical one, we'll do that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
Airport 60, David, Rampart.
David, Rampart 1838.
Ma'am, Wi-Fi disruptor activity detected. Alert. LORA HackRF jammer activity detected. Alert. Ma'am, Wi-Fi disruptor activity detected. Alert. Flipper 0 sub-gigahertz activity detected. Alert. LORA HackRF jammer activity detected. Alert. Ma'am,
The settings are extremely basic in the almost
39859114 Texas. 39859114 Texas.
Fine. 4814 5635.
Okay. Working on the house. Yeah.
Scanner Gen engaged.
That's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Scanner Gen offline.
Okay, the 932 also.
Coming out to 932.
She's outside her boyfriend's house. Boyfriend has locked her out and her child. Her child is in the residence with a boyfriend. Boyfriend has locked the mother out.
Yeah. 30 around.
And it is clear 8029.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
The female,
they suck bigly.
Yeah.
child
If I can use that word.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked.
another
I
room
do
in the
now.
house.
They suck bigly.
The male
Yeah.
subject
If
is
I
going
can
to
use
be
that word.
father of
And
the
I
child,
said
but
to
not on
them,
paper.
These names for everyone, if you can get those around, please. Airport 60 Davis, Manfred.
And to add, I think
This
I
address
told you that
saying,
lunch
"You have been
was
caught. The game is up, but I will offer you $50,000 US in order to return the tokens."
We're a few minutes early, but I'm going to go straight
The response
into,
that Pro
public
received
comment.
was a
And,
line that
we
said,
only have 11
"Sounds like a
people.
plan, send it
So we're
to
gonna start
this
with
address."
workshop.
The address that we had originally paid $2,000 for work performed on arbitrage bonds. This connected Andy Madinovich to envelopes along.
People are used to using current versions of Windows, and if you want to configure it, there's lots of really
At this point, I feel like surely he's going to give
Not only do
that.
we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin appearance tab.
We told
Bring
him
that up.
the offer is accepted, and the attacker, who at that point we had not named, had until midnight to return 100% of all of the funds that he had taken, or else we were going to publish that information and reach out to law enforcement. At At this point, we're thinking that the attacker is highly educated, mathematician, mid-20s, intelligent, sloppy, but intelligent. The math work was impressive that we found on his website. It sounds very impressive to be the kind of guy who could do blindfolded chess. But we'd found him, and the thinking was at this point that he would have just crumbled.
This wasn't going to be as fast as we thought.
The font has been
We were able to get
it's
our
not
phone number
available.
back.
And similarly, this is the dial-up, and this is a comic sound, and
The
this
response
is
from the 0-0's account.
because if we close this down, we'll go to a terminal, and we're going to
Doxing is
type
when you
sudo
publicly expose someone's
install
information.
mstt core.
This is a teenager. There's no way this is a teenager.
Of course, I have to.
And I think a seed of doubt had started to appear at that point that
You're back in
if we got this wrong,
108 Drive, 108 Drive. RP called back stating that they're still there.
with a couple of hours to go before that deadline passed, we received a message that said the website's back up. There was a link to a CV. We open it up, and we're looking at a date of birth that makes this kid 18 years old. Significantly younger than we thought.
He's a kid. I wanted to give him another opportunity to get out of this without destroying his life. I sent him a text message to his phone number that was on his resume. Hey, we saw you put the website back up and your age on the resume. We're not releasing the information today as we didn't want an 18-year-old having his phone blown up on our conscience. Rest assured, we will be in contact with people you know, and you will not get away with this. I implore you to give up now and make this easy on yourself. We will have our attorney contact your university and local law enforcement in the morning.
The message that was received was effectively a series of laughing emojis and the words, good luck. We were clearly dealing with someone who was not willing to negotiate and return things, and so the options that we had left, armed with an identity, was to take it to the news. We set about filing a case in Canada. It would be one of the first pieces of settled case law that finally established once and for all, code is not law. Just because there was a method for someone to walk in and take everything does not necessarily mean that that was okay to do. One of the things that I found, I think, most upsetting... Oh, I don't know where this came from. I think one of the things I found most upsetting was looking at this guy's history and his research interests and the work that he'd done was the similarities between the two of us. I was also a mathematician at undergraduate level, and the kind of stuff that he'd been doing research on was the same kind of stuff that really tickled me when I was an undergraduate. We both started doing Ethereum development. We share a middle name. It's weird to call someone an adversary, but I think that's probably quite close to what I'd call him.
And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just...
The things that we know about him educationally are very impressive.
I found an article that was about him when he was 13, saying he was able to graduate high school. He graduated high school really early, finished his master's shortly after that. He was just very advanced for his age.
He was issued with a warrant for his arrest. This could be potentially the first time that a DeFi hacker is taken into the court of law to test whether code is law or whether law is law.
The court appointed people to go to his parents' house and look for Indian.
He had left the premises and he had taken all of his devices with him, which effectively meant that there was no option to recover the assets, but it also suggested to us for the first time that Andy was on the run. We do not know where he is. We cannot move forward. He is that's in the wind. It's an upsetting end to a saga that's peaked when we identified it, believed that this was it. This was where we fully established that code is not law, and once you're identified, that's it.
People are getting more scared of the consequences that code is law has.
The DAO hack 8 years ago is like the real first version of this.
The code creates the rules, and that's the law. DeFi projects hold billions of dollars. People lose money in the tens of millions, sometimes hundreds of millions.
This was a multi-million-dollar exploit.
Days later, perhaps a week, the next thing will be attacked, and the wheel turns.
The size of the rewards are insane. We did become desensitized over time.
Today, the biggest hack on DeFi yet, $600 million in assets stolen.
Animated as it should be.
DeFi hackers see it as they've done nothing wrong. Code is law.
So the black hat hackers are the supervillains in this whole story.
We've had yet another turbulent week in the DeFi space, with 4 projects being hacked or exploited on the same day. Let's dive in.
There are 2 types of DeFi protocols, ones that have been hacked and ones that are going to be hacked.
You can't stay ahead of the hackers. They're always going to be smarter than you. They're always going to spot vulnerabilities faster than you can.
It's this ever-present phantom of attacks.
So you can never actually be truly safe.
Put in more energy just to stay alive.
The hacker can just say that they used the system as it was created.
The court argued that the hackers were not guilty of receiving stolen goods because they interacted with openly available smart contracts according to how the code was written.
Usually no way to convince them to give the money back.
Or that they need because it improves the experience, which I think is really the example you see with
So my name is it's a pseudonym I go by online. I'm essentially like a white hat recovery expert for people who've had their money stolen. When a protocol has been stolen from, they call me in to try and, as a team, work to get that money back. I can say that I've meaningfully contributed to recovering $450 million in the past year and a half. If you are able to identify who someone is, there's pressure you can put on them. For lack of a better phrase, you're manipulating people. You're white hat hacking people. We kept having successes. The Curve Finance hack, which was actually 4 hacks in one, which was almost $70 million. And a lot of other ones between the $25, $30, $35 million range. The largest single hack that I've been called in to help with was the Euler Finance hack. They were hacked by someone who was able to steal almost $200 million of their assets. You know, not like the biggest hack that's ever occurred in crypto, but it's up there, top 10 or so. We had enough information that we could write a message that would cue in the attacker's head, oh wait, they might know who I am. He felt like he bit off way more than he could chew. There wasn't a lot of sleeping. There was a lot of worry. There was a lot of worry. After a lot of communications with the attacker, they returned all the money to Euler Finance. This was definitely an historic return of money. The way that I try to approach these situations is in the spirit of the crypto space being decentralized. I say, hey, Mr. Hacker, give all this money back and you're going to be clean. You can walk away. You can still brush your teeth in the morning in your privacy of your own home. No jail time. No one likes the government coming in and dealing with things in crypto generally.
Inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said
code is law does make sense. Of people who don't like code is law is saying, look, the spirit of the code was not followed. But the argument from the other side is saying, maybe not. But the letter of the code was. Because otherwise I couldn't do it. I actually think it's a fair argument. If you leave $100 bill on the table and walk away, You also shouldn't be surprised if someone steals it. The fact that you screwed up by leaving it there is your problem.
Open calculation.
The goal is not to get them arrested. The goal is not to ruin their lives. The goal is to get the money back. When you're going after a hacker and they don't believe you know who they are, there's a lot of grandiosity, and they're like, screw you, whatever, you can't do anything to me.
Either the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case
it's like
a switch that, or you'll have to hunt online through cryptic websites to find the exact model among 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number.
For the index finance case, but I watched it from
might also work without installing specific drivers. But
even the strongest of people have fear inside of them that you can awaken. Or you're just a psychopath. And so you simply don't feel the fear because you get off on the fact that people are chasing you. You get off on the fact that people know who you are, they can't get you. It becomes catch me if you can. So someone like Majedovic, this is a person who's going to fight this if they were to be caught. Or you want to come to it prepared if you're a prosecutor.
Long lists of things. This makes our life much easier and allows us to tailor our environment to the way we want to work.
So I just found out that Corpus swap was hacked for 48 million. Someone sent roughly $2 million to one of the addresses that was under the control of the indexed hacker.
It would appear that this is a move designed to broadcast that he's active again, and he's just done something else. Yeah, it looks like Andean Majedovic is back.
He was aware when he made the transfer to that address that he's going to create this strong connection between the two hacks. He did it for the attention, for the spotlight. If he's a good hacker, he shouldn't get any attention. That's what a good hacker is. He is something else.
Make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter.
It does.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this
remind me that I did a mistake that bears heavily with me.
This is what allows AirTags to function for about a year on the battery. Observing real traffic from iPhones and AirTags, it appears that these Apple devices
needs to play this out as it is right now, being the bad guy and keep doing exploits.
Since potentially dozens
his identity right now.
Hear the message. Each phone or device will capture the message and do a retransmit.
At all,
at some point in the process,
his life would be different.
Signal that the
My life would be different.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
A message was sent to the Kyber team. It's been a couple of days since then, and there hasn't been any word.
I can use that word.
And that's a certain type of arrogance.
They seem to love the attention. He just likes the chaos and just wants to tease them while the world looks on.
He definitely wasn't the smartest when he left clues the first time, but now he's embracing that persona.
So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft.
Someone on Twitter posted that the Kyber swap protocol had been hacked, and I just said, if you guys need help, let me know. And that was it. I found myself with the founders of Kyber swap and a couple of security experts trying to help them with what to say to the attacker. It became really confusing. It's like, what? Who were we dealing with here?
It's probably the strangest message I've ever seen a hacker send to a protocol.
It is the wildest. It is 6 out of 6 on the unhinged scale.
You probably know VistaPrint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or...
The guy essentially said, I'm going to take over the company, the executive team, you're all gone, I'm going to take care of all the workers, You really thought this was like a plausible response. And even if a team did say, okay, fair enough, you can have the company, then it wouldn't be looked at as blackmail.
Is it aerial? We go.
This makes no sense. This is not possible to happen yet.
Because it's not available.
He plays this out for his audience. With a lot of internet trolls who call him a hero, and code is low is what he stands for. Nobody should be allowed to do so much harm without any repercussions.
It makes you wonder, are you dealing with something crazy? They want to control everything, and they feel like they can control everything, and they will not ever be tolerant. Maybe they won't, who knows? Maybe they will.
Every so often, I'll get a message from someone I trust, we believe is an expert at this point. He might be here, he might be there. I would bet that if he finds something else that has vulnerability, he's going to exploit it really again. If you've done something twice and you haven't been caught, what's to stop you from doing it again?
Location also 10-20.
I'd like for him to be taught, for him to understand you can't just do these things without giving it. I want this industry to be taken seriously. We need to have a culture that doesn't have so many elements where people are trying to say that code is law.
I don't want this precedent. We want to create a parallel system, and if we're going back to the justice system, kind of use that code is law as a way to express and creating our justice system. We have this centralized system because we don't agree with most of the laws that already exist and we create our own. But if we go back and we accept single or even group of countries decide by faith, we lose the initial values and ideas that made us start everything.
I'm going to go down here to the virtual box and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message that is a virtual machine that doesn't meet the requirements for this work. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Airport 60, David, answer.
David, land side 1838.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic, and you should be able to run that on any computer. It is a fantastic first draft. So to conclude on Cosmic, it is still a first draft. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. And you can clearly see that some stuff the applications animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. Clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, apps, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
And you've got some made in America. So I love that.
Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the... You're a salesman. You're a salesman.
What about saluting our fighter pilots this Christmas?
Shield scanner gen engaged.
This is what they wear up there. Flying as fighter jets. I'll leave the hard work to them, though.
We salute their service, our fighter pilots, and we salute the workers behind these
Airport
glasses.
60, David, answer.
David, land side 1838.
And overall quality. This is where evaluator agent will refine and correct any potential errors the planner agent may have made using rule-based
Silence trimming
and random
complete.
checks. The evaluator agent and planner agent will then talk back and forth until the flag is defined and include matches to the text. Finally, the explainer agent will translate and present the final result to the user.
Although personally I still prefer basic windows like that out of here. This is my favourite on OS web. I think I'm going to just give it the dark theme again because I do like having that dark theme. Where is it? Over there with the theme probably, Christopher. There we are, we'll do the dark theme. We'll also put it on our desktop.
Renaming and preparation complete.
Edition of Zoe OS.
$2801-1044.
Alright, last but not least,
Database sorting. The entire audio workflow is finished. Album art workflow. Database sorting. The entire audio workflow is finished.
Categories, which are 4 at-large and 1 environmentalist. Robert Allen, Glenn Duhan, and Melanie Holland are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
And I
Alright, therefore I'm moving to Old Plaza Road. Yeah, just stay on the side, Old Brownsville Road, or the water burger, just so you can pull off in either direction.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 6. Move 6 files to processing zone. Renaming complete. Database reorganized. MVC JSON generation complete with worded huge super workflow finished with full reorganization.
Alrighty, thank you.
If you have all recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Vamp OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be.
tower globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of a plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world.
Virtual machines support a wide range of professional workflows. One of the most common questions people ask is how Kubuntu compares to Ubuntu. While both are built on the same base, the difference lies in the desktop environment. Ubuntu uses GNOME, which is minimal and simplified. Ubuntu uses KDE Plasma, which is customizable. GNOME focuses on simplicity. Plasma focuses on flexibility. GNOME has a neat workflow that some users love.
As the 4th and 5th generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. European Command. As the strike package approached Fordo and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface
location
threats.
10-20.
We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Isfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, U.S. forces deployed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. As the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of these weapons. I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time. Initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of 4th and 5th generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as hundreds of maintenance and operational professionals. As the Secretary said, this was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11. Well prior to the strike, General Kurilla elevated force protection measures across the region, especially in Iraq, Syria, and the Gulf. Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks, which would be an incredibly poor choice. We will defend ourselves. The safety of our service members and civilians remains our highest priority. This mission demonstrates the unmatched reach, coordination, and capability of the United States military. In just a matter of weeks, this went from strategic planning to global execution. This operation underscores the unmatched capabilities and global reach of the United States military. As the President clearly said last night, no other military in the world could have done this. I join the President and the Secretary in being incredibly proud of the air crews, naval forces, cyber operators, planners, and support teams, and commanders who made this mission possible. It is their skill, discipline, and teamwork that makes this operation possible. I am particularly proud of our discipline related to operational security, something that was of great concern to the President, the Secretary, General Kurilla, and me, and we will continue to focus on this. As we stand here this morning, many assets are still airborne, and we have hundreds deployed. I ask that we keep our warfighters on their way home and our deployed service member in our thoughts. Our joint force remains ready to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests in the region. Thank you very much.
We'll take a few questions.
So, is remote change off the table, Mr. Secretary? And the Chairman, you said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission has not been about regime change. The President authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Thanks for your question. I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on that.
Green. No, behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the President decided to pull the trigger on this operation, where he said, now, rather than being, something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger?
I would just say, having the opportunity to witness his leadership, he was fully committed to the peace process. Wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table and give up enrichment, give up the nuclear program. But there was a particular moment, a moment in time where he realized that it had to be a certain action taken to minimize the threat to us and our troops.
General, you say that General Kurilla increased force protection in Iraq, Syria, and Gulf and those areas. Were they given any advance warning the attacks were coming? And also, Mr. Secretary, when were congressional leaders notified? How long before the attacks took place?
answer to your first question, you know, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that, and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region.
No advance warning.
No, sir.
They were notified after the planes were safely out. We complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act.
They were notified.
They were immediately thereafter. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary. Two questions.
Location.
Do you believe you completely destroyed Iranian nuclear program? And how about Iranian ballistic missiles? Your ally and Israel always saying that is biggest threat. And second question is very important. What will be your next step if Iran or militias under Iranian influence in the region attack U.S. interests or allies in the region?
And you can chime in on this too, Mr. Chairman. The battle damage assessment is ongoing, but our initial assessment, as the chairman said, is that all of our precision munitions struck where we wanted them to strike and had the desired effect, which means especially in Fordo, which is the primary target here, we believe we achieved destruction of capabilities there. Ultimately, wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or bases in the Gulf, as the president said, it would be, as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack American forces.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Regarding retaliations, Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and the other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together, and ultimately that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capabilities. That's our focus here, is to not just say that they can't have it. President Trump has said for over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewall, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening.
Thank you very much. Chairman King, I understand OPSEC, I respect OPSEC. Can you say at all what security procedures are being taken to protect U.S. troops in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East? And Secretary Hegseth, as a global war on terrorism veteran, what do you say to veterans who may be concerned the U.S. is getting into another open-ended war in the Middle East over weapons of mass destruction?
Thanks, sir, for the question. I won't comment on what force protection measures are being taken in the region. What I will say is we're being proactive and not reactive, and being very thoughtful about ensuring that we do all that we can to protect our forces.
And I would just say, as the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. It doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, was a focused, powerful, and clear mission on the destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities. Those were the targets. That's what was struck. That's what was overwhelming. That's what was overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand, as the president put out last night. He wants peace. There needs to be a negotiated settlement here. We ultimately demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set on this operation. Yes, hold on. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question for the Secretary and the Chairman. How is this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Is not working for people.
You've got to present a bigger vision.
Well, I would say
and I think the
certainly
talks of your house
Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that, that was the extent of it.
We'll take a couple more.
Question to the Secretary first. Are you concerned whatsoever now about the reaction from U.S. allies given the strike, particularly those in the Gulf? And to the Chairman, if I may, I understand you don't want to speak to specific assets, force protection measures, but do you anticipate at least having to bring in any further assets from other theaters to aid in force protection over the coming days?
We certainly understand the challenges of allies in the region, and we have been respectful and working in collaboration with them as it pertains to basing and sensitivities there. Ultimately, they've got a lot of assets and people in those locations also where American troops are co-located. So that's a consideration of ours. We've been in close consultation with them, and we appreciate the support that we have got.
Thanks for the question on the global picture, and as you know, that's one of my jobs is to look globally at the entire range of challenges. We are always carefully considering our force posture around the world and then offering options to the Secretary. I won't comment on any future things, but the American people should know that we carefully consider those moves around the world and try to modulate as needed our force structure in the region.
What communications are being sent to the Iranians right now? Is there any possibility of diplomacy now or in the coming days?
I can only confirm that there are both public and private messages being directly delivered to the Iranians in multiple channels, giving them every opportunity to come to the table. They understand precisely what the American position is, precisely what steps they can take to allow for peace, and we hope they do so. Yes.
The president may not want an open-ended conflict. The Iranians may disagree. Are you prepared for a protracted war?
Well, anything can happen in conflict, we acknowledge that, but the scope of this was intentionally limited. That's the message that we're sending. With the capabilities of the American military, nearly unlimited. So Iran, in that sense, has a choice. But we've made it very clear to them, this is nuclear sites, this is nuclear capabilities, this is the line that the president set, and we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace, but I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Kurilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American if you had an opportunity to watch it in real time. And I think Tehran is certainly calculating the reality that planes flew from the middle of America in Missouri overnight, completely undetected over 3 of their most highly sensitive sites, and we were able to destroy nuclear capabilities, and our boys in those bombers are on their way home right now. We believe that'll have a clear psychological impact on how they view the future, and we certainly hope they take the path of negotiated peace. But I could not be more proud of how this building operated, of the precision, the sensitivity, and the professionalism of the troops involved in this effort. I will take one more. We'll take one more question. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Concerning the justification for these strikes, in March, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released their threat assessment, concluding, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear programs he suspended in 2003, unquote. So what new intelligence does the U.S. have since then that the Iranians have changed their position on nuclear weapons? And does this new intelligence come from U.S. sources and methods, or are we getting this information from other countries?
Grade Iran's nuclear program, and as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will demonstrate, it was an incredible and overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. But it's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. Full stop. Thanks to President Trump's bold and visionary leadership and his commitment to peace through strength, Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Many presidents have dreamed of delivering the final blow to Iran's nuclear program, and none could until President Trump. The operation President Trump planned was bold and it was brilliant, showing the world that American deterrence is back. When this president speaks, the world should listen. And the U.S. military, we can back it up. The most powerful military the world has ever known. No other country on planet Earth could have conducted the operation that the chairman is going to outline this morning. Not even close. Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. He meant it. This is not the previous administration. The President Trump said no nukes. He seeks peace, and Iran should take that path. He sent out a truth last night saying this: any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Signed, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Iran would be smart to heed those words. He said it before, and he means it. I want to give recognition to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff,
but you want to see them out?
The Joint Staff, General Eric Kurilla at CENTCOM, who did a phenomenal job.
An American
staff,
invasion?
all of CENTCOM, policy across the board. This was a joint effort, and across the Pentagon effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers, who flew those fighters, who flew those refuelers, warriors. I want to recognize the sailors on those destroyers, in those subs, on those carriers, warriors, all of them. I want to recognize our soldiers doing air defense, base defense, QRF, warriors, all of them. Every American involved in this operation performed flawlessly. And I want to give recognition to our allies in Israel as well. This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States called. It took a great deal of precision, it involved misdirection, and the highest of operational security. Our B-2s went in and out of downtown Tehran, of these nuclear sites, in and out and back without the world knowing at all. In that way, it was historic. A strike that included the longest B-2 Spirit bomber mission since 2001 and the first operational employment of the MOP, a massive ordnance penetrator. The mission demonstrated to the world the level of joint and allied integration that speak to the strength of our alliance and our joint forces. As President Trump has stated, the United States does not seek war, but let me be clear. We will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word. I want to give congratulations to our Commander-in-Chief. It was an honor to watch him lead last night and throughout, and to our great American warriors on this successful operation. God bless our troops. God bless America. And we give glory to God for his providence and continue to ask for his protection. I turn it over now to the chairman for specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for recognizing all of our folks out there doing our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night, on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator that made this mission possible. Their actions reflect the highest standards of the United States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of a plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world. At approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, and just prior to the strike package entering Iran, a U.S. submarine in the Central Command area of responsibility launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets at Isfahan. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the 4th and 5th generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. 6th European Command. As the strike package approached Bordeaux and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface-to-air threats. We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package on the way in. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Bordeaux. As the President stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, U.S. forces employed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the President stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon. I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of 4th and 5th generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as hundreds of maintenance and operational professionals. As the Secretary said, this was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11.
The difference lies
well
in the
prior to the strike, General Kurilla elevated force protection measures across the region, especially in Iraq, Syria, and the Gulf. Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks, which would be an incredibly poor choice. We will defend ourselves. The safety of our service members and civilians remains our highest priority. This mission demonstrates the unmatched reach, coordination, and capability of the United States military. In just a matter of weeks, this went from strategic planning to global execution. This operation underscores the unmatched capabilities and global reach of the United States military. As the President clearly said last night, no other military in the world could have done this. I join the President and the Secretary in being incredibly proud of the air crews, naval forces, cyber operators, planners, and support teams, and commanders who made this mission possible. It is their skill, discipline, and teamwork that makes this operation possible. I am particularly proud of our discipline related to operational security, something that was of great concern to the President, the Secretary, General Kurilla, and me, and we will continue to focus on this. As we stand here this morning, many assets are still airborne, and we have hundreds deployed. I ask that we keep our warfighters on their way home and our deployed service member in our thoughts. Our joint force remains ready to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests in the region. Thank you very much.
We will take a few questions.
So, is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary? And to the chairman, you said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation
has been completed
to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Thanks for your question. I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there. But thanks for the question.
Green. No, behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the president decided to pull the trigger on this operation where he said, now, rather than being, something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger on it?
I would just say, having the opportunity to witness his leadership, he was fully committed to the peace process. Wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table and give up enrichment, give up the nuclear program. But there was I won't say the particular moment, there was certainly a moment in time where he realized that it had to be a certain action taken in order to minimize the threat to us and our troops. Yeah.
General, you say that General Kurilla increased force protection in Iraq, Syria, and Gulf, and those areas. Were they given any advance warning the attacks were coming? And also, Mr. Secretary, when were congressional leaders notified? How long before the attacks took place?
Sir, to your first question, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that, and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region.
So they were given no advance warning?
No, sir.
In congressional,
they were notified after the planes were safely out, where we complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act. They were immediately thereafter. Yes.
Believe you completely destroyed Iranian nuclear program, and how about Iranian ballistic missiles? Your ally Israel always saying that is biggest threat. And second question is very important. What will be your next step if Iran or militias under Iranian influence in the region attack U.S. interests or allies in the region?
And you can chime in on this too, Mr. Chairman. The battle damage assessment is ongoing, but our initial assessment, as the chairman said, is that all of our precision munitions struck where we wanted them to strike and had the desired effect, which means especially in Fordo, which is the primary base, we believe we achieved destruction of capabilities there. Ultimately, wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or bases in the Gulf, as the president said, as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack America first.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Regarding retaliations, Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and the other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together, and ultimately that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capability. That's our focus here, is to not just say that they can't have, but President Trump has said from over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewalling, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening.
Chairman Kane, I understand OPSEC, I respect OPSEC. Can you say at all what security procedures are being taken to protect U.S. troops in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East? And Secretary Hegseth, as a global war on terrorism veteran, what do you say to veterans who may be concerned the U.S. is getting into another open-ended war in the Middle East over weapons of mass destruction?
Thanks, sir, for the question. I won't comment on what force protection measures are being taken in the region. What I will say is we're being proactive and not reactive, and being very thoughtful about ensuring that we do all that we can to protect our forces out there.
And I would just say, as the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. It doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, was a focused, powerful, and clear mission on the destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities. Those were the targets. That's what was struck. That was overwhelming. That's what was overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand. As the president put out last night, he wants peace. There needs to be a negotiated settlement here. We ultimately demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set on this operation. Yes, hold on. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question for the Secretary and the Chairman. How is this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that,
we'll take a couple more.
Question to the Secretary first. Are you concerned whatsoever now about the reaction from U.S. allies given the strike, particularly those in the Gulf? And to the Chairman, if I may, I understand you don't want to speak to specific assets or force protection measures, but do you anticipate at least having to bring in...
Location is 10-20.
There we are. The virtual box is now installed on our system. We'll let it run as it wishes to, like that. Get rid of this.
At the time, I didn't know
Here we have
at the time, I didn't know
use that word.
And I said to them,
From an area.
Rewrite real quick with AI in Acrobat Studio. Select any text from your PDF, keep it short and
Silence
sweet,
trimming complete.
or make it more thorough. Edit it right in your PDF.
12:45, it's a false alarm, I'll be tuning.
He's not in his driving.
Yes, that's clear.
Temporary. Herpes eyes was fighting with the father of the children, shattered herpes truck key. So he's walking down the street, adjusting the heel with an 8th grade Dodge Charger with a black hood, made verbal only. Herpes walking back to the video.
Volume normalization complete. Renaming and preparation
She is not on location, but was calling.
Terrible. Oh. Wondering if that's happening. This happened with my Stroke some more. Sam Henry Mary 8907. Sam Henry Mary 8907. Stroke some more.
database sorting. The entire audio workflow is finished. Database reorganized. LVC-JSON generation complete with worded. Huge super workflow finished with full reorganization complete. Database reorganized. LVC-JSON generation complete with worded. Huge super workflow finished with full reorganization.
Copy and plate, Mary Zebra George, 5302. And do we know if you're coming back yet?
It's nice, but if you don't like Wayland and if you need
Dylan, can you do some out with 3 musical?
The bill validator, spinning around and around and not able to give out cards.
a recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Bump OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can...
And make sure you are in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter a command like this. But at some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. And there's our video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Linux Crash Course series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button like YouTube. The system is now fixed this week. And once again, we're offlining the limit to inside the local account. So we'll just log in box. I'm going to disconnect that will on the desktop with
or welcome without, and those various things can be done here because I'll virtually show you later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have this video graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not as good as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are
all I had to do was type 1 hour ago if I know that the issue happened within the previous hour. Now, unless you get creative, I recommend that you do is just play around with this option. Play around with the various date string formats that
Close
gave
this
you,
down,
and try to paste
and
it.
there we are running the VirtualBox Windows Presentation Machine. Here we are. And to start running as a small window on the screen, as you can see, we can go to View and Full Screen, at which point VirtualBox kindly tells us we can get back to a window mode at any time by pressing the Host key plus F, with the Host key currently set to be Right Control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again, and I will switch to full screen. And oh look, Windows is not full screen.
43, she'd also report to the EMS for her high blood pressure. I'm gonna get them started.
The bill validator, spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Hio 1.
Recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps.
I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Let me drive.
Airport 60, David, Lansard.
914, cancel case number. David, Lansard 1838.
Delta 240, delivery to trespass 5202 at the Bolero. Contact Jennifer. Delta 360, Delta 410, it looks for a disturbance, a male standing in front of his vehicle. They're now advising both the male is leaving the scene and RP is leaving the scene. They're wanting to cancel. Central area. Zero 1.
I have it on 30, 45, please.